Can we please see the powder booth camera? Thank you. So now we'll heat certain areas with the hot torch. And so we'll get it super duper hot so we can add more glass powder. There are some glass powder, there's some bits of glass powder inside of the garage here that are being preheated. So they have texture that has been pre created, and we'll lay it onto the surface of the glass, similar to the items on the podium. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today here in the Hot Shop. Our visiting artist is Annette Blair. They'll be here from the 20th through the 24th. And if you're interested in learning more about Annette, you can come to the Artist Talk on Sunday or live stream in at 1 p.m. She's an Australian artist that creates work which most recently explores simple utilitarian objects and their ability to evoke a common sense of nostalgia. the little pieces of glass that she's rolling that body of work over are just based on a kiln shelf, so it's able to withstand the high temperatures. So this will add more texture, similar to the piece here on the podium. You can come a little closer and take a look at it if you'd like. Once again, Annette Blair is with us here in the hot shop this week. So while they are working from the bench to the reheating chamber, we have to go into the glory hole to reheat the glass to prevent any sort of shock. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we work in and out of the glory hole, you'll see there that it's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. And now we'll go back over to the powder booth to add glass powder onto the surface of the glass. The glass powder is just very fine pulverized glass color. And so as you can see, she'll slowly add more as she rotates. So as we reheat the piece, it's really important that everything stays evenly heated throughout. So that's why she took the fluffy torch and just gave it a nice flash at the end of the pipe there. And next we'll prepare to transfer the piece from the initial blowpipe we started on to an additional transfer rod to be able to clean up the opposite side. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. I hope you guys are having a happy Wednesday. Thanks for coming to hang out with us here at Museum of Glass. So now we'll connect the transfer rod to the bottom of the piece. Give it a second to cool down, set itself up. We'll put a little bit of water on the jack line that we carved in, tap the pipe, and remove the glass. We'll go back into the reheating chamber just to give the piece a nice flash. While they are working, it's very important that the piece stays on center, so she'll put the piece back on center after transferring it out off the initial blowpipe. It can kind of fall left or right a bit. So we'll put it back on center and then begin to clean up the top. So as we reheat the piece inside of that oven there, the reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. And so the way that we know when the piece is super hot is when it starts to turn orange. And the way that we know it's cold is when it becomes closer to the color it'll be when it cools down overnight. And so when we come out, as you can see, it'll be glowing that really beautiful orange color, meaning that it's very malleable and we'll be able to continue to manipulate it and remove extra material. So now she'll go into that small access point there to begin to open it and widen it up. So as we go in to reheat the piece and give it a flash, she'll give it a torch here on the back side because this part will go into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. And so that's why she's torching the body of the vase that she's creating. I just want to share a little bit more about Annette. Annette is an Australian artist that creates work which most recently explores simple utilitarian objects and their ability to evoke a common sense of nostalgia. Her practice is divided into several facets: the design and manufacture of functional glassware, the development of exhibition work, teaching in Australia and the United States, and gaffing for many of Australia's leading glass artists. You can see some of her works here on the podiums and her plan for her residency here in the hot shop with us. And then on the big screen, there's some of her past works also. So this week is actually third Thursday. So every third Thursday of the month here at Museum of Glass, the Hilltop artists come down from 5 to 8 and work here in the hot shop, and they showcase their skill sets. They're a youth artists program, and they start at about the age of 12 years old, and they come and work from 5 to 8 p.m., and the Museum of Glass is free to the public. And now we will prepare to take this piece off the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. So now we'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. She'll get under it, tap the pipe, and release the glass. Let's give them a big round of applause. It'll go into that annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. It can't just stay in the natural environment. It'll crack. It might not crack immediately, but over the course of a few days, it will totally crack. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day, and we'll continue to make more items here in the hot shop. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. So as we start another piece here in the hot shop, that process will consist of applying color over a clear bubble, which is known as a color overlay. So this will change the final surface color of the glass. It starts clear, we added color, and then we're going to make sure that that little bit of color, which derives from color bar, it, so this is the idea, but not the color. When that is stretched all the way back towards the end of the pipe, then we'll gather over that little bit of color again, so we're able to blow out the piece. Our visiting artist is Annette Blair this week, and my name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. She's added some more clear glass by gathering from the furnace around the little bit of color overlay. And as she blows into the end of the pipe, she's expanding that bubble. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Our visiting artist today is Annette Blair. We're currently just getting started on a piece. We're going to add some more color to this bubble here at the middle bench. So this little bit of color will be placed onto the surface, and then with the diamond shears and one snip, she can remove that extra material. As she flattens it, she'll lay it over. So now she'll dip back into the furnace to gather some more clear glass around the colored glass. The more glass that we gather, this will allow us to be able to blow the bubble out larger. And then in with that block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. The water protects the surface of the glass as well as the block. Can we please see the the glory hole diagram? So as you can see, we'll go into that reheating chamber. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand these very high temperatures. Thank you. That cloth like material is just folded up newspaper that's also been soaked in water. This will allow her to shape the glass almost as if she's using her bare hand. And now we'll go back into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? As we dip into the furnace, it's like dipping into a jar of honey. It's also powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. The furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. When we come out, it looks like it's orange, but it's really just hot, super hot. And when it cools down, it'll be clear. Thank you. So when we sit idly and wait like this, it's because we need to allow the glass to cool down and set itself up before we can go back into the furnace and add more clear glass around the surface. So as we continue to dip into the furnace, the steel gets a little bit hot to touch. It's not the best conductor of heat, so Sayuri will go over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down a bit. So she's gone over to the powder booth to add powder on the surface of the glass. And that's how we'll start to kind of build up the texture, the depth, and additional layer of color on the surface of the glass. So we'll go back to the powder booth where she'll dip into that mound of powdered, pulverized colored glass. So after exiting the powder booth, she'll go straight back into the reheating chamber to melt the glass into the surface. On the table there, she's just picking up little bits of crushed glass. It's clear crushed glass. So it's more glass, which will be a little bit larger. They're larger in size, so just add more texture to the surface. As you can see there now, when she rotates that clear crushed glass and the powder glass, it'll pick up the pigment of the powder onto the surface. What is the powder? So she'll blow into the end of the pipe, and with those papers, she'll shape the glass. The papers are just folded up newspaper in her hand that have been soaked in water. And then with the paddle, as you can see, she's just protecting her arm from the heat. This part of the piece goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first, and so that's why she's torching the end portion there of the pipe, just to make sure that everything is evenly heated throughout. Now we'll carve into the glass at the end of the pipe there. We're creating a jack line. This will help us remove or slightly move the bubble away from the end of the pipe. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We'll go back in to reinforce that jack line. So we must shape the bottom before we're able to switch this piece off of the initial blowpipe and work on the top. So currently, we're just doing what it takes to get the bottom completely shaped up properly. And then next, we'll transfer it off of this pipe to an additional rod. Before we'll transfer it, we'll add some more textures. So she'll roll over the clear little bits of glass on the plate there to pick up the glass and add it to the surface. We'll go back into the powder booth and we'll rotate that glass. Those little clear bits that we added on will now become the color of the powder that she's picking up. So Annette is an Australian artist that creates work which most recently explores simple utilitarian objects and their ability to evoke a common sense of nostalgia. Her artistic practice is divided into several facets: the design and manufacture of functional glassware, the development of exhibition work, and teaching in Australia and the United States. Can we see some of Annette's past works? So put a little bit of glass on the bottom there to protect the bottom of the glass. It's when we prepare to transfer this piece from the initial pipe we started on to a transfer rod. So now we'll attach the transfer rod, allow it to cool down and set itself up. Put a little flash on that jack line we carved in earlier. Make sure that that area is nice and well saturated with heat. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line, tap the pipe, and remove the glass from the initial blowpipe to the transfer rod and then into the reheating chamber to give the piece a flash. And now we'll be able to clean up the top portion of the vase. If you guys are interested in what Annette is making throughout her week here at Museum of Glass, you can always go online to our stream, our live stream, which is at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. And then on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m., she'll have an artist talk here in the Hot Shop if you're interested in learning more about Annette. So with those jacks, we're able to carve in and remove extra material. So she's cinching the glass, and then in a moment she'll be able to release the extra glass that she cinches with the jacks. And then in with those diamond shears, we'll tap it and remove the glass. There's a really tiny access point that we'll be able to get super hot there at the lip and then open it up, flare it open a bit more. So when we go to flash the body of the piece within the reheating chamber, this section doesn't, it goes in first and comes out first and it goes in last to the reheating chamber. So that's why she's using the fluffy torch, just to make sure that all the heat is evenly distributed throughout the body of the piece and that small connection point. It's really important that we keep the glass above 1,000 degrees while we're working with it at the bench to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So now Stina is suited up to prepare. Oh, we're going to put a little bit of powder on the surface first. But Stina is suited up to be prepared to catch this piece off of the pipe. We have to anneal the glass after we make it here in the hot shop. So they're in the black ovens on the side of the shop. We'll place the glass where it'll cool down slowly overnight. But not yet, just a moment. So in just a moment, when she takes it out of that reheating chamber, we'll walk it over to the powder booth to sift some more powdered color onto the surface. Those reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees, which allow us to help keep the piece nice and hot while we're working. And then to the powder booth we'll go to sift color or to dip the glass into the color. Can we please see the powder booth? And then back into the reheating chamber to melt some of that powder into the surface that we just sifted on. Powder is just pulverized glass. It's very fine, as you can see. It almost looks like baby powder. Now we'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. Stina will get under it and we'll tap it. Let's give them a big round of applause. Into the annealing oven is where it'll rest overnight to prevent any sort of shock. And that's just one more to our many pieces that we'll make today. Annette Blair again is with us here in the hot shop, exploring her different styles of work. And in just a moment, I'll let you guys know what we're going to do next. So as they're figuring out what we plan to do next, I'll just tell you guys about a couple of events happening here at the museum. So every third Thursday, the Hilltop artists, youth artists, come and work in the hot shop from 5 to 8 p.m. And the Museum of Glass is free to the public every third Thursday. So if you're familiar with the Hilltop Artist program, be sure to come on down and watch those youth glass artists demonstrate their skill sets here in the hot shop. So we'll dip into the furnace. Dipping into the furnace allows us to gather glass. The furnace is where we hold all the molten glass at. As she rotates, she'll come out and have a nice little gather at the end of the rod there. In a moment, when she's ready, she'll blow into it to create a small bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. On the left side of the hot shop here, we're preparing little bits of like almost like shards of glass, which have texture and color that'll help add to the surface. She'll go in. She'll go in with the block here at the bench, which will help cool down the outer layer of the glass. It'll keep that core nice and hot so we can continue to expand the bubble. The block is just a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water, which protects the surface of the glass and the integrity of the wood. We'll dip back into the furnace. As you can see, those pieces of glass there, they're little pieces of glass with powder sifted on top of them. They're preheating them so when she goes to pick them up over that clear bubble, they'll attach properly. If you would like to learn more about Annette, you can also follow her on Instagram at ANNETTEBLAIRGLASS. As he blows into the end of the rod there, she's shaping the glass with that, with the papers. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which will allow her to shape as if she's using her bare hand. So now we'll go over to the little bits of glass on the platter and we'll begin to place them onto the surface of the clear vase. We'll slowly add them on one by one, reheat it to make sure that the connection is secure, melt it together. After this piece, we will take a lunch break for about 1 hour and then we will return to do it all again until 5 p.m. We'll connect the transfer rod, put a little bit of water on the jack line we carved in earlier, and release the glass from the pipe. So as we slowly pluck out the neckline, then she'll be able to go back in and, well, she'll carve in with the jacks actually to help remove and cinch and remove the extra material. Those jacks are a great tool for carving. As she squeezes her grip, she'll be able to carve into the glass. And now she'll go in with the jacks at that small access point and slowly widen her grip to help open up the mouth of the vessel. So we'll place it in the annealing oven as it sit and rest overnight to cool down. It can't just cool down in the natural environment. Let's give Tina one more big round of applause, and Nettie also. And then we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break now. We'll be back in about 1 hour.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, They wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. I'm just trying to complete this circle. No pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm going to leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. I just want to blow it up now, Nick.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Good.
Okay.
A little bit of heavy pick?
Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup?
Yes.
I'm not yeah, left side. Do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it. I'm gonna need some rabbage. Rabbit.
You can call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it?
It's sitting right now.
Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques, sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that cane?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first one I think type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling. So like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. Everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes, and then just, you know, figuring out what the marinis will do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing, you know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape, and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, you know, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different technique in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Yeah.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too
is
thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And so for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
Smallish thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but
Yeah.
it could be big, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
James.
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories. And when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like preteeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. Our visiting artist this week is Annette Blair. And as they are starting the process, I'll let you know exactly what it is that they're doing step by step. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Again, my name's Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. And I just want to tell you guys a little bit more about Annette before we get it specifically into the process. You'll be able to see some of her past works here on the podium, and then I'll also show you some in a moment. So, Australian artist Annette Blair creates work which mostly explores simple utilitarian objects and their ability to evoke a common sense of nostalgia. Her artistic practice is divided into several facets: the design and manufacture of functional glassware, the development of exhibition work, teaching in Australia and the United States, and gaffing for many of Australia's leading glass artists. So her residency here this week is a part of the museum's collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School. And Pilchuck Glass School is up in Stanwood, Washington, where artists from all over the world come, gather, teach, and demonstrate their skill sets to students and visitors. And so here on the table, you'll be able to see more works also. If you want to come, if you have a chance to come and peek down, you'll be able to see more. Can we see some of Annette's past works? And so as the process starts, there on the big screen, you'll be able to see some more of her works. But as the process starts here on the floor, she'll dip into the furnace and rotate a steel rod. As she rotates that steel rod in the furnace, she'll come out with a nice small gather of glass. That small gather of glass will be blown into to create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. It looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll be clear. So on the platter there, that's a piece of kiln shelf, and she's just heating up powder glass. And so as she heats it, it'll help it all kind of melt together. And we'll use this glass later to add texture and design to the surface of the vase that we're creating. Similar to the objects on the podiums, but larger in scale. So here in the middle bench, we're adding color to the bubble. This is known as a color overlay. That color will be stretched all the way back towards the end of the pipe. And this will change the surface color of the glass. As she blows into the pipe, she'll cap it to expand that bubble. And then we're slowly melting the powder glass on the shelf there all the way together. It'll kind of clump up, which is good. As you can see, it'll be similar to the texture that's on the vases on the podiums. So we'll dip into the furnace to gather more glass around that initial color overlay. The more glass that we gather, the larger we can blow the piece out. Can we please see the furnace diagram? Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you can see, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. we have to. Oh, right now we're going to do another color overlay. I thought we were just waiting to let the glass chill before we gathered again, but we'll go back in with more colors. So now we'll have more than one color on the surface of the glass. We'll go in with those diamond shears. So we just put a little bit of solid color on the bottom. This will be the bottom portion of what we're making. We always start by shaping the bottom first, and then we work on the top at a different point in the process. So we'll spray water in the furnace as Sayuri did to help eliminate any bubbles on the surface. So that large bowl of glass, sometimes there'll be some, after like gathering in it and turning the glass, a little air can get trapped. So she's just spraying it to remove the air bubbles from the surface. So when we go in to gather, we don't capture the bubbles in our next gather. So as we work, you'll see that we constantly go in and out of these reheating chambers to keep the glass nice and hot, bright orange, and malleable. These glory holes are designed only for reheating. There's no molten glass inside of them. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? The glory holes also powered by natural gas and forced air. And like I said, they're only used for reheating. They rest at 2,300 degrees, and the hollow fire brick within these barrels is what can withstand those very high temperatures. She'll use that block to help cool down those outer layers of hot glass that she gathered up. The block there is made out of fruit wood, and it's been soaking in water to protect the integrity of the wood and the surface of the glass. That cloth-like material is just newspaper that has been folded up and soaked in water, and it allows her to be able to shape the glass almost as if she's just using her hand. Annette. Annette is over there. What's the lady over here on the, what was she doing on the right? She's just in the powder booth. We'll dip the glass into the pulverized glass there to add more color to the surface. So go back in with those papers to guide the glass and pay attention as we work back and forth on the bench. Stina she'll start to eventually blow into the end of the pipe there, and the bubble will expand. She'll go in with those jacks and squeeze her grip. We're creating a jack line. This is a reference point. It'll help indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We'll follow along with the paddles as Either they're used for shields or shaping the bottom of the glass. Tomorrow is third Thursday here at Museum of Glass, and every third Thursday, the Hilltop artists, youth artists come and work in the hot shop, and that's from 5 to 8 p.m. So the museum is free to the community, and from 5 to 8 p.m. here for third Thursday, the Hilltop artists come and demonstrate their skill sets in the hot shop, and that youth program. The kiddos are able to start at about 12 years old making glass. And as you can see, we just rolled up the extra bits that were on that plate that we were preparing earlier in the beginning of the piece. We've gone back over to the powder booth. Oh, we're back into the reheating chamber here now to reheat the glass that we picked up from the plate to help melt that into the surface. And then back to the powder booth to roll up some more powder on top of that texture glass. So now we're going to prepare the piece to be transferred from the initial blowpipe we've started on to an additional transfer rod, so we're able to clean up the top portion of the piece. So we'll put a little bit of glass on the bottom of the piece to protect it when we connect the transfer rod. We'll put a little water and tap the pipe to remove the glass from the initial blowpipe. Sure, as she cinches into the glass as she just did, she's preparing to eliminate extra material at the lip there. We'll give that back end a nice hot flash. This part of the piece goes into the reheating chamber first, and last, and it comes out first. And so it's really important that we keep the piece well heated throughout. Now we'll go in with those diamond shears and eliminate that extra material. There's a really tiny access point there at the opening where we remove that extra glass. And so now we'll get that tip of the piece nice and hot, and then we'll start to open it up very slowly. The paddles are made out of wood. Everything that kind of looks black is probably just wood, and then other than that, it's steel. Is that what you asked? What's the paddle made out of? Why isn't it bursting into flames? Because we're just writing it or touching the glass. If we concentrated on the glass, it will catch on fire. Yeah, but we're just doing swift movements. We're not like sticking it on there, making sure it catches on fire. So now we're adding some air to the shoulders. So Trenton has gone in with that Soffietta tool to be able to add air into the shoulders of the glass. So we're sifting more colored powder onto the surface of the glass. This gives it that really interesting grainy texture, as you can see in some of the pieces on the podium. If you are interested in learning more about what Annette is making for the rest of the week as well as on Sunday, you can always log on to our live stream at museumofglass.org. And then she'll also have an artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. on Sunday. She'll go in with a hot torch to make sure that all the powder she sifted on is nice and melted to the surface. We'll flash the back end of the piece to make sure that the connection point is nice and hot. And then we'll flash the body of the piece. When we go into the reheating chamber, the back end of the piece goes in last and goes in last and it comes out first. And so that's why she torches it the way that she did. Stina is suited up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. We'll tap the pipe. And let's give them a big round of applause. We'll place the piece inside of the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. It's not able just to stay in the natural environment here due to thermal shock. It will crack, and not eventually, but within a couple days it'll fall apart. So we'll do it all again. Our visiting artist this week is Annette Blair. Can we please see some of Annette's past works? So as we prepare to start our next piece, I'll let you guys know exactly what it is that we'll be doing in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's having a lovely day. You guys all look lovely. That's all I have to say.
So the process will start by dipping into the furnace. As we dip into the furnace there, she'll rotate that steel rod. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So she'll come out with a small gather of glass. It looks orange, but when it cools down, it'll be clear. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces are the large ceramic tanks here in the hot shop with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas, and for steer, they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at about 2,100 degrees. Thank you. As we dip into the furnace, we'll come out and then blow into the end of the pipe as Annette just did, and cap it, and a bubble will appear at the end of the rod, similar to the shape of a balloon, and this is how the piece starts. So we'll use a bit of color. We'll place a bit of color over the clear bubble. This is known as a color overlay. And this is how we're applying the solid color to the surface of the glass today. So we're going with those diamond shears, and in one snip, they cut in a 360, which helps eliminate the other rod and the extra glass. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome in to the Hot Shop. Annette Blair is our visiting artist for the week. Currently, we are at a point in the process where we have performed a color overlay to change the surface color of the glass. Now we'll add a little bit more color. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but as we continue to dip into the high temperature glory holes and furnaces, it'll start to accumulate a bit. So we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down. The more glass that we gather around the end of the rod there, the more we'll be able to blow out the piece. We are making pieces similar to the ones on the podium here, just a bit larger in scale. She'll use the block to help cool down those outer layers after gathering more glass from the furnace. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. The water helps protect the wood and the surface of the glass. So now we'll go over to the powder booth to add some pulverized color powder onto the surface of the glass. Can we please see the powder booth? And then back into the reheating chamber to help melt that powdered glass into the surface of our piece that we've been working on. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory holes are the ovens that are designed only for reheating the glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. They rest at about 2,300 degrees, and the hollow fire brick within those barrels can withstand those very high temperatures to help us reheat the glass. Thank you. So back in with the block as we'll gradually continue to blow this piece out. The block will help us cool down those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. Pay attention when she goes in with the papers. She'll often, the person often sitting at the end of the bench there will blow into the pipe to expand the bubble. So he'll use those paddles to protect her arm to keep him just from the heat. So she'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. So when they're marbling on the table like this, everything that they're doing is intentional to prepare them for the next step. He'll prep the jacks. The jacks are a great tool for carving and shaping the glass. So now we'll go in with our jacks and carve into the glass. This will act as a reference point which indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. As she tightens her grip, those blades carve into the glass. And then with those papers, this folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water will help her shape the glass. Annette Blair is our visiting artist for the week. We're creating items similar to the one on the podium here and there, just larger in scale. Can we please see some of Annette's past works? Annette Blair is a glassmaker based in Canberra, Australia, working from her home studio in the Canberra Glassworks. She has a practicing span of 25 years and is known for her refined technical skill and thoughtfully crafted objects that explore materiality, memory, and passing time. After completing an honors degree at the ANU School of Art in 2004, she went on to undertake the Hot Glass Associates program at the Jam Factory in Adelaide before returning to Canberra in 2008, where she continues to grow a diverse and dedicated practice. It's very important that we shape the bottom before we're able to detach the piece and work on the top. So as we finish shaping the bottom, we'll transfer it off next. We'll go back over to the powder booth to sift some more color onto the surface of the glass. And then we'll go into that reheating chamber to heat it back up. Our reheating chambers rest at about 2300 degrees for those of you who are just joining us. And so it gets the glass nice and hot, and we'll be able to melt some of that powder into the surface. We have to sift the powder on in an enclosed environment. There's a vacuum in that booth that helps all the little particles go into the vacuum because we do not want to inhale powdered glass. So we'll add a little bit of glass onto the bottom there just to protect the bottom of the glass when we connect it to a transfer rod. So now Sayuri is preparing a transfer rod to remove the glass from the initial blowpipe onto another rod so we can clean up the top. Put a little bit of water on that connection point and tapped it, and the vibrations helped release the glass due to the thermal shock. And now what we'll do is give it a nice reheat inside of the oven. Make sure it's on center and then begin to pull out the neckline and remove the extra glass. Welcome to the hot shop. Hope you guys are having a happy Wednesday. Thanks for taking time to spend with us here at Museum of Glass. We really appreciate you guys being here today. Now she'll go in with her diamond shears and cinch the extra material, then we'll knock it off. There's a really tiny access point there now to the body of the glass. We'll get this area nice and hot and slowly start to open it up. We've gone back over to the powder booth to just sift a bit more color powder onto the surface of the glass. It'll give us some more of that gritty texture similar to the items here on the podium. After this, we'll go back into the reheating chamber, melt it all down, and then we'll be closer to being done with this piece. We'll go back in with that little torch just to reinforce the heat in certain areas for it to melt down. So now we'll slowly prepare to remove this piece from the pipe and then into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. One last flash. Put a little bit of water on the connection point. We'll tap it. Let's give them a big round of applause. It'll go into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. Let's give Annette one more big round of applause for working with us today in the hot shop. Annette Blair will be here all week until Sunday. Sunday she'll have her artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. I'll let you guys know what's next in just a moment. Can we see some of Annette's past works?